Good evening. Now it is time to be quiet. All right. Welcome. Thank you all for coming. Felicity and I have been kind of planning this for almost a year since our last Hamlet seminar, where everybody else got it wrong except us. And I've actually been thinking about it for longer than that. Ever since a year ago in the summer, I discovered George MacDonald's commentary and edition of Hamlet. George MacDonald, who wrote The Princess and the Goblin and At the Back of the North Wind. And a lot of the things he said were really inspiring and connected, in my mind, with some things that an old student, Soren Filipski, had tried to beat into my head about Hamlet many, many years ago, which I finally was wise enough to listen to. So that's been kind of an inspiration for what we've been doing. And we've been working long and hard. We've been working with the actors since about May. And they've been really wonderful actors to work with. I just love how much they put into the performance. So we've been working all this time to get this beautiful feast ready for you all. And we're glad, it's so wonderful to have you come to enjoy this feast with us.
I could say a lot of things. I could say the actors were great. I could say the play is great. I could say it's going to take a long time. But to talk about how great the actors are, how great the play is, and how long the time will be is just to waste actors, play, and time.
So without too much further ado, we want to remind you about cell phones off. Yeah. Cell phones off. Restrooms are going to be down that way, in through the doors, across to the hallway, and back. There are 3 restrooms back there.
They have signs on the doors.
There are signs on the doors. Every feast even needs, sometimes you need to relax from the feast, so there will be an intermission at about 9:30. That will be a lot more than halfway through the play. All right. But I don't want you to get too antsy. I think you'll find the time flies till intermission. So, also wanted to thank our hosts, the farriers. If we can just give them a round of applause. They're not actually here. We're so grateful. Our theater tonight is dedicated to Rosie Grimm and the Grimm family, who've done so much to foster love of the arts and of the theater in our community. So you'll see that on the program. I guess that's all. All right, without further ado, we give you Hamlet.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me! Stand, and unfold yourself!
Long live the king!
Bernardo,
He.
you come most carefully upon your hour.
It is now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Had you a quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well then, good night. You do meet Horatio and Marcel, the rivals of my watch. Bid them make haste.
I think I hear them. Stand, who's that? Friends to this crowd.
And liegemen to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Glad to leave you.
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night.
Hold up, Bernardo.
Say what? Is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What? Has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy. And will not let the leaves get cold of him, touching this dreaded sight quite soon of us.
Hush, hush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down again. Let us once again assail your ears, that are so fortified against our story. We 2 nights have seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illumine that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell, then beating 1.
Peace! Break the off! Look where it comes again!
It's the same figure like the king is dead. It looks at all like the king. Marcus Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
Would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou, that you service this time of night? Together with that fair and warlike form into which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march. By heaven, I charge thee, speak!
It is offended.
Stay. Stay and speak. No, stay, speak!
Tis dawn. See how it stalks away.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is this not something more than fantasy? What think you on it?
Oh my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Looks it not like the king?
Thou art thyself. This was the very armor he had on when the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded pullets on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus twice before, and just at this same dead hour, with martial stalk if we gone by our watch.
What particular thought to work I know not. But in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bones of strange eruption to our state.
Good now. Sit we down, and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch, so nightly toils the subject of the land? Who is that can inform me?
That can I? At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by most emulate pride, dared to the combat, in which valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world did call him, did slay this Fortinbras, who, by a sealed compact well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those lands stood seized on to the conqueror, against the which almighty competent was gauged by our king. Now, sirs, young Fortinbras, of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a band of landless resolutes to an enterprise for food and diet, which hath a stomach in it, which is no other, and it doth well appear unto our state, than with strong hand and terms compulsative to take back those foresaid lands so by his father lost. This, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this our watch, and this chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land. But stop, behold, it comes again. I'll cross it, don't blast me. Stay, illusion! If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good deed to be done which may do ease to thee and grace to me, speak. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily for knowing may avoid, oh, speak. Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike it with my partisan?
Do if it will not stand.
'Tis here!
'Tis here!
'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to make this show of violence. For it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows a malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard that the cock that is the herald of the day doth with his shrill and lofty sounding throat awake the god of day, at whose sound, whether in earth or fire, sea or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies he to his confines. The truth herein, this present object made probation.
Faded on the corn of the cock. Some says the air against that time wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then, they say, no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome, and no planet strikes. No fairy talks, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is that time.
So have I heard. Do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dews of yon high eastern hill. Break we up our watch, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit dumb to us will speak to him. Do you agree that we should acquaint him with this, as needful in our loves and fitting our duty?
Let's do it, I pray. And I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth in funeral and with dirge in marriage, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. Now follows that you know. Young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking, by our late dear brother's death, our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with the dream of his advantage, he hath not ceased to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father, with all bounds of law, to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now, for ourselves, and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose to suppress his further gait herein, in that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject. And we do dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand, for bearing of this greeting to old Norway, giving you no further personal power to business with the king, more than the scope of these dilated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In this and in all things will we show our duty.
We doubted nothing. Heartily, farewell. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou have that cannot be my offer, not thy asking? The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
Dread my lord, your leave in favor to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess, my thoughts and wishes bend again towards France, and vow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet, and my son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Nay, my lord, I am too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, hast thy knightly colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Not forever with thy veiled lids seek thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st his common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
To be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is, I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forced breath, no, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected havior of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for there are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief that shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled, for what we know must be, and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we, in our peevish opposition, take it to heart? Fie! 'Tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart toward you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you, bend you, to remain here in the comfort and cheer of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I prithee stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the king's rouse the heavens shall brew it again, re-speaking earthly thunder. Come, away.
that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh God! Oh God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it! Oh, fie, fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows the seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. And it should come to this, but 2 months dead. Nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king, that was to this, Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet within a month, let me not think on it. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, for ere the shoes had grown old with which he followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why she, even she. Oh heaven, if beast at once discourse of reason would have mourned longer. Married, mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the fleshing of her galled eyes, she married. Oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I'm glad to see thee well. Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you yet. But what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Gonzales.
My good lord.
I'm very glad to see thee well. Good even, sir. What make you from Wittenberg?
True in disposition, my good lord.
I'll not have your enemies say so, and you not do mine ears that violence to make a trust of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair at Usinor? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
Hey, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord. It happened hard upon.
Thrift! Thrift, Horatio! The funeral-baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I'd have seen my dearest foe in heaven ere I'd ever see that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
Indeed, my lord. I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all, I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father.
Seizing your admiration for a little while with an attendant ear, whilst I deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For heaven's love, let me hear.
2 nights together have these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead waste in middle of the night, then thus encountered. Figure like unto your father, armed at all points exactly, cap a peg, goes by them slowly, stately, solemn march. By them thrice he walked, by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes, within his truncheon's length, whilst they, stilled almost to jelly with the active fear, stand dumb, and speak not to him. This to me, in dreadful secrecy, impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered both the time and form of a thing, all words made true and good. The apparition comes. I knew thy father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
And did you not speak to it?
Oh, yes, my lord, but answer made it none. It once methought it lifted up its head and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But then, the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
Aye, my lord, but 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs, indeed. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight.
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you,
Aye, my lord.
from top to toe.
My lord, head to foot.
Then saw you not his face.
Oh, yes, my lord. He wore his beaver up,
But looked he frowning,
a countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
pale or red,
Nay, very pale.
and fixed his eyes upon you.
Most constantly.
Would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Indeed, very like, very like. Stayed it long.
As one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer. Longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was gristly, no?
It was as I have seen it in his life, my lord, a sabled silver.
I'll watch tonight. Perchance 'twill wake again.
I warrant you, it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be treble in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding but no tongue. I will requite your loves. So fare you well. Upon the platform twixt 11 and 12 I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
Your love as mine to you. Farewell. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then sit still my soul. Foul deeds will rise, through all the earth o'erwhelming to men's eyes.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And sister, as the winds give benefit and convoys assistance, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
You doubt that.
For Hamlet, and the trifling of his favors, hold them a passion and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of primy nature, forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting the suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so?
Think it no more. For nature crescent does not grow alone, enthused and vocal as his temple waxes. The inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now. And now, no soil trumped up besmirch the virtue of his spirit, but you must fear. His greatness weight, his will is not his own. For he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself. For on his choice depends the sanctity and health of the whole state. And therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body, whereof he is the head. Then, if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he in his peculiar sex and force may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then, weigh what loss your honor may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia. Fear it, my dear sister, and keep you within the rear of your affection after the shot and danger of desire. Chariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself escapes not calumnious strokes. Be wary then, that safety lies in fear. Used to itself rebels, though none else near.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart. But, good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst, like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path that dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed.
Fear me not. I stay too long. But here my father comes. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, Laertes! Aboard, aboard, for shame! The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for there. My blessing. And these few precepts in thy memory, see thou character. Give thy thoughts no voice, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast in their adoption tribe, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. Do not dull thy palm with the entertainment of each new hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel. But, being in, bear it that the opposed may beware of thee. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Give each man thine ear, but few thy voice. Costly thy habits as thy purse may buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy. The apparel oft proclaims the man, and those in France of the best rank and station are of a most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower, nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing sees you.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord.
The time invites you. Go! Your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia. And remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is it, Ophelia? He hath such...
So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet?
Marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very often late given private time to you. You of your audience hath been most free and bounteous. Be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as behooves my daughter and your honor. What is it between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection. You speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Mary, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby that you obtain his tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly, or not to crack the wind of a poor phrase, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath opportunes me with love and honorable fashion.
Aye, fashion you may call it. Go to.
And hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with all the vows of heaven.
Ah, springes to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns how prodigal the soul gives the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise as it is a making, you must not take for fire. For this time, daughter, be somewhat scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to pardon. As for Lord Hamlet, believe so much of him, that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. And you, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of the eye which their investments show, but mere implorators on holy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bonds the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment's leisure so as to give words or to talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
The air bites shrewdly. Is it very cold?
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
Methinks it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
I heard it not. Then it comes near the season wherein the ghost held his wont to walk. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps to sails and the staggering upspring reels. And as he drains his draught of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
I marriest, and though I am native here and to the manor born, 'tis a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Sovereign, it comes!
Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned, bring with the airs from heaven or blast from hell. Be thy events wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak with thee. I'll call thee Hamlet. King, father, royal dame, oh answer me, let me not burst in ignorance. But tell why thy canonized bones in hers at death have burst their cerements. Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it's some impartment to desire to you, alone.
Look with what courteous action it walks into a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
Nay, my lord, do not.
It will not speak. Then will I follow it.
Do not go, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I have not set my life in a pin's feet, and as for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? brings me forth again, I'll follow it.
What if it tempts you to the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles oars base into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which deprive your sovereignty of reason and drive you into madness? Think of it.
It wants me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord!
Hold off your hand.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as a Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called? Unhand me, gentlemen! By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me! I say away! Go on, I'll follow thee.
He waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. He's not fit thus to obey him.
Have after. To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Where wilt thou lead me? Speak, I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, thou poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotty and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, Hamlet. Oh, list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh, heaven.
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder!
Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange and unnatural.
Oh, haste! Haste me to know it, that with wings as swift as meditation or thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Lethe wharf. Thou shouldst not stir in this. Now, Hamlet, here. It's given out that sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. No, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul! My uncle!
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with treacherous gifts, oh wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce one to his shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. Oh, Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand, even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it never will be moved, though lewdness court it in the shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning's air. Brief let me be. Sleeping in my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon. Upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole with juice of cursed Hebena in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with a sudden vigor it doth posset and curd like eager droppings into milk the thin and wholesome blood. So it did mine, and a most instant tetter baked about, most Lazar-like with loathsome crust all my smooth body. Thus was I, sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible! Oh, horrible! Most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to the thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Farewell at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and begins to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu. Adieu, Hamlet. Remember me.
Oh, all you hosts of heaven! Oh, earth! And what else? And shall I couple hell? Oh, fie! Hold my heart, and you my sinews grow not instant, hold but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee! Hie thou poor ghost, whilst memory still holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee! Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Oh yes, by heaven! Oh, most pernicious woman! Oh, villain! smiling, damned villain. My tables, my tables. Meet it as I set it down that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, uncle, there you are. Now it is to my word. It is adieu, adieu. Remember me. I have sworn.
My lord, heaven preserve him.
So be it.
Elo ho ho, my lord.
Hello, ho, bird, come, come.
How is my noble lord?
What news, my lord?
Oh, wonderful.
My lord, tell it us.
No, you'll reveal it.
Not I, my lord, in faith.
What think you then? What heart of man wants to reveal it? But you'll be secret.
I, my lord, in faith.
There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an errant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
By right, you're in the right. And so without more circumstance, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You as your business and desires shall direct you, for every man hath business and desires such as it is. And as for my own poor part, look you, I'll go pray.
These are but wild and hurling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you. Heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
Oh, yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, my lord, and much offense, too. Concerning this vision here, it is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, or master it as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
Nay, but swear it.
Not I, in faith.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed. Upon my sword. Indeed.
Swear!
Aha, boy, sayest thou so? Art thou there, true penny? Come now, you hear this fellow in this cellar. It's consent to swear.
Prose the oath, my lord.
Never to say what you have seen tonight. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
He to be quay. Then we'll shift for ground. Come hither, gentlemen. And once again, lay your hands upon my sword. Never to make known what you have heard tonight. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Well said, old mole, canst work in the ground so fast. Worthy pioneer, once more remove, good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
Therefore the stranger give it welcome. Though more things in heaven and earth ratio than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Come now, here's before, never, so help you mercy. Howsoever strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance shall think it meet to put an antic disposition on, that you at such time seeing me, never shall with arms uncovered thus, or thus head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase as, well, we know, or we could and if we would, or if we list to speak, or if there be and if there might, or such ambiguous giving out to note that you know aught of me. So grace and mercy at your most need defend you. Swear.
Swear!
Rest! Rest, perturbed spirit. Now, good friends, without more circumstance, I do commend my love to you. And whatsoever poor a man as Hamlet may be to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together. Still, your fingers on your lips, I pray you. The time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together.
his notes, Rinaldo.
I will, my lord.
You'll do marvels wisely, good Rinaldo. Before you visit him, inquire me of his behavior.
My lord, I did intend it.
Mary, well said. Very well said. Inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and how, and who, what means, at where they keep, what company, at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, draw you more nearer. Then your particular demands will touch it. Take it as it were, some distant knowledge of my son, and thus. I know his father and his friends, and impart him. Do you mark his note?
Aye, very well, my lord.
And impart him, but you may say, not well. But if it be he, I mean, he's very wild, addicted so-and-so. And there you may put on him what forgeries you please. Mary, none so rank as may dishonor him. Take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as are companions noted and most known to youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Aye, or as drinking, swearing, gambling, quarreling, drabbing. You may go so far.
My lord, that's what dishonors it.
Faith, no, as you may season it in the charge. You must not put another scandal on him that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning. But breed his faults so quaintly that they may seem but taints of liberty. The flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageness and unreclaimed blood of general assault.
But my good lord.
Wherefore should you do this?
Aye, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You are laying these slight soles on my son as if they were a thing a little soiled in the working. Mark you your party and converse. Him you would sound, having ever seen in the predominant crimes the youth you breathe is guilty, be assured, he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir! Friend! Or gentleman, according to the phrase and edition of Man and Country. And then, sir, does he this? He does. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
At good friend or so and gentleman.
Good friend, gentleman. Aye, Mary. He closes with you in this consequence. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday. T'other day. Then or then with such and such. As you say, there he was, a gaming. There, or took in rows. There, falling out to tennis. Or, perchance, I saw him enter a house of sale. Be deleted, a brothel. Now, you see, your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth. So we of wisdom and of reach, with windlasses and with essays of bias, by indirections, find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice, shall you, my son. You have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
God by you, fare you well.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself,
I will, my lord.
and let him try his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell. How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
Alas, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what in the name of heaven?
The Lord Hamlet, as I was sewing in my chamber, his doublet all unbraced, his stockings fouled, unguarded, and down gyved to his ankles. Pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and and with a look so piteous in purport, as if he had been loosed from hell to speak of horrors. He comes before me.
Mad? For thy love?
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus, o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he thus. At last, a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head, thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh, so piteous and profound, that it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he let me go, and with his head over his shoulders turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes. For out of doors he went, without their help, and to the last, bended their light on me.
Go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property fordoes itself, and leads the will into desperate undertakings, as oft as any passion under heaven that does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What? Have you given him any harsh words of late?
No, my lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters, and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better speed and judgment I had not quoted him. I fear he did but trifle and meant to rack thee. But beshrew my jealousy. It seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be made known, which being kept close might move more grief to hide than hate to utter. Love.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something you have heard of Hamlet's transformation, so I call it, since not the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What it should be, more than his father's death, which thus hath put him from the understanding of himself, I cannot deem of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbored to his youth and humor, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasions you may glean, that open lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he hath much talked with you, and sure I am, two men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you, show us so much gentry and goodwill as to spend your time with us a while for the supply and profit of our host, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fit the king's remembrance.
Both your majesties might by the sovereign power you have of us put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty.
We both obey, and here give up ourselves in the full bent, to lay our services at your feet,
to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Guildenstern. And gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go ye, and bring the gentleman where Hamlet is.
Heaven make our presence and our practices both helpful and pleasant to him.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? Assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my sword. Both to my God, one to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine huts not the trail of policy so sure as it used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that. That I do long to hear.
First give admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the fruit to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them, and bring them in. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other but the main. His father's death and our hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him. Say, Baltimore, what from our brother Norway?
Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polacks. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your majesty, where it grieved so that his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrest on Fortinbras, which he, in brief, obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine, makes vow before his uncle never more to give the essay of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee, and his commission to employ those soldiers so levied as before against the Polacks, with an entreaty, herein further shown, that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for his enterprise, on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well. And at our more considered time, we'll read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, go to your rest. At night we'll feast together. We thank you for your most welcome home.
This business is very well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, would be nothing but to waste day, night, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness but the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, I call him. For to define true madness, what is it but to be nothing else but mad? So let that go.
That's art.
I swear, madame, I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity. And pity 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell it, for I will use no art. Now it remains to find the cause of this effect. Or rather, say the cause of this defect. For this effect, defective, comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Perpend, I have a daughter. Will she is mine, who in her duty and obedience, mark, hath given me this. Now gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most Beautified, Ophelia. That's an ill phrase. A vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase. But you shall hear these thus. Next on my bosom. These.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Good madam, stay a while. Doubt that the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar. But never doubt thy love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans. But that I love thee best, thou best believe it. Thine evermore, most dear lady. Whilst this machine is to him, Hamlet. This in her obedience hath my daughter given me, and more above hath his soliciting, as it fell out by time, by means, and place, all given to mine ear.
But how hath she received his love?
What do you think of me?
As of a man, faithful and honorable?
I would fain prove so. But what might you think of me when I had seen this hot love on the wing, as I perceived it? I must tell you that. Before my daughter told me, what might you, or my dear Majesty the Queen here, think if I had played the desk, or table book, or given my heart a winking, mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight? What might you think? No. I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince, out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her, that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which, being done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, repulsed, a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, thence to a fast, thence into a watch, thence to a weakness, then to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness, whereon now he raves, and all ye wail for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be, very likely.
Hath there been a time, I'd fain know that, when I have positively said, 'tis so, when it's proved otherwise?
Not that I know.
Take this from this, if this be otherwise. If circumstances lead me, I will find out the truth, though it be hid indeed within the very center.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he has indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras there. Mark the encounter. Be love or not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant to a state, and keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
But look, where sadly the poor wretch comes, reading.
Away, I do beseech you both, away. I'll board him presently. Give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God a mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Ah, excellent, excellent. Well, you're a fishmonger.
That's right.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir, for to be honest as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 2,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing carry-on. Have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
How say you by that? Still harping on my daughter. Yet, he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He is gone, far gone. And truly, in my youth, I suffered much extremity, and truly for love. Very near this.
I'll speak to him again. What is it you read, my lord?
Words. Words. Words!
I mean, what is the matter, my lord?
Slander, sir. For the satirical slave says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, the eyes clutching thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit together with weak hands. All which, sir, though I most potently and powerfully believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if, like a crab, you could walk backwards.
Though this be madness, yet there is a method in it.
Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Into my grave.
Indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness which often madness hits upon, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him, and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My lord, I humbly take my leave of you.
Sir, my good lord, there is nothing that I will more willingly part withal. My life. My life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir. My honored lord, my most dear lord.
My excellent good friends, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Oh, Rosencrantz, good lads, how do you both?
As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy, and that we are not over happy. On Fortune's cap, we are not the very button.
Nor the sole of her shoe.
Neither, my lord.
Well, then you live about her waist or in the middle of her favor.
Hey, her private, please.
In the secret parts of Fortune. Ah, most true, she is a strumpet. Well, what's the news?
None, my lord, except the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question you more in particular. What have you, my good friend, deserved at the hands of Fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord.
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
Aye, a goodly one too, full of confines, wards, dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Why then 'tis none to you? For there's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison.
Why then, your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself king of infinite space. Were not I have bad dreams.
Which dreams indeed are ambition. For the substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream.
A dream is but a shadow.
Truly. And I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that it is but a shadow's shadow.
Then our beggars' bodies and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to the court, for by my fay I cannot reason.
We'll wait upon you.
No such matter. I will not sort you among the rest of my servants. For to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But, in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other reason.
Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, and yet I thank thee. But sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it of your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, come, nay, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Why, anything but to the purpose. You were sent for. There's a kind of confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the constancy of our youth, by what more dear or better proposer cannot charge withal. Be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
What say you?
Nay, then I have an eye for you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. And so shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercise. And indeed it goes so heavenly with my disposition, that this goodly frame the earth seems but a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy the air. Look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire. Why, it appears nothing more to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such thought in my thoughts.
Why then did you laugh when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
What players are they?
Even those you are wont to take delight in, the tragedians of the city.
He who plays the king will be most welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target. The lover shall not sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace, and the clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickled at the seer. And the young lady will speak her mind freely, or else the playing first shall halt for it. This is most excellent news.
There are the players.
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands come. The appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in the garb, lest my extension of players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should appear more like entertainment than yours. Gentlemen, you are welcome. But my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest, when the wind is southerly. I know a hawk from a handsaw.
What'll be with you, gentlemen?
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you two, at each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swathing clouts.
Happily, it is the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child.
I will prophesy. He comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say right, sir, for a Monday morning, 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Rossius, an actor in Rome.
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz, buzz. Then can each actor on his ass.
The best actors in the world. Either for tragedy, comedy, historic, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical, historical pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light, with the love, writ, and the liberty. These are the only men.
Oh, Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou.
What a treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter?
You're welcome, masters. Welcome all. I am very glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. What's my old friend? My face is valiant since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? By our lady, your ladyship is near heaven than when I saw thee last, by the altitude of a shopping. Come, we'll have a speech straight. Give us a taste of her quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted. Or if it was never above once, for I remember the play Please Not the Million, it was caviar to the general. But it was, as I received it, an excellent play, well digested in the scenes, and set down with as much modesty as cunning. One's chief speech in it I particularly remember. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereby particularly where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. I pray you, for living your memory still, begin at these lines. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast, it is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, as he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot now is he to take Gauls, horridly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, brothers, sons, baked and empasted with the parching streets that lend a tyrannous and damned light to their wild murders, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus o'ersized with coagulate gore, and with eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Priam seeks.
Oh God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent, good discretion.
Anon he finds him striking too short at Greeks, his antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies when it falls, repugnant to command, unequal matched. Paris and Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whip and wind of his fair sword, the unnerved father falls. Then senses Ilium, seeming to feel the blow, with flaming top, stoops to his pace, and with a hideous crash, takes prisoner Paris' ear. And lo, the sword of Paris, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed in the air to stick. So as a painted tyrant Paris stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But often as we see against some storm, a silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, and the bold wind speechless, and the earth below, as hushed. Anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So after Pyrrhus' pause aroused in vengeance sets him new a work, and never did the Cyclops' hammer fall. On Mars his armor forged for proof eternal, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou stupid fortune! All you gods and generals high and take away our power, break all the spokes and fellies of her wheels, and bore the round knave as far down the hill of heaven, as low as to the fiends.
This is too long.
Shout to the barbers with your beer! I prithee, say on. He's for a jig or a tale of Padre, else he sleeps. Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who? Oh, who had seen the ennobled queen?
Oh, the ennobled queen.
That's good. The ennobled queen is good.
Shh! Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames with this unreum. A cloud upon that head, where late the diadem stood, and for a robe around her rank and o'er teeming loins, a blanket in the alarm of fear caught us. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, 'gainst fort and state would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves had seen her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport, in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made, unless things mortal moved them not at all, would have made milk the eyes of heaven, and passion in the gods.
Look where he's not turned his color. Has tears in his eyes. I pray you no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see these players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they're the abstracts and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you'd better have a bad epitaph than their ill report whilst you lived.
I will use them according to their desert.
God's bargain, man's better. Use every man after his desert, and who should escape whipping? Use them after your own honor and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Go, take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow night. That's not here, old friend. Can you play the murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my good lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could for a need study a speech of some dozen or 16 lines or so, which I could set down and insert in it, could you not?
Aye, my good lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you, mock him not. My friends, I'll leave you till tonight. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Right so, God by you. Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit, that from her workings all his visage warmed, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And all for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do, had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? While he would drown the stage with tears, and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and impale the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, speak like John in dreams, and pregnant of my cause and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose most dear life and property a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain? Breaks my paper cross, plucks off my beard, blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the line in the throat as deep as to the lungs. Who does me this? Huh. Why, I should take it. For can it be but I am pigeon-livered, and lack gall to make oppression bitter? For ere this I should have fatted all the region's kites with this slave's awful, bloody and bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain, oh vengeance! Oh, what an ass am I. I sure this is most brave that I, son of the dear murdered, prompted to revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words and fall a cursing like a very drab and scullion. Vipond! Oh, about my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will proclaim itself through most miraculous organ. I'll have these players here play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tend him to the quick, if he but blench I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil. The devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as they say is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. All have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing, wherein I catch the conscience of the king.
Can you, by no drift of circumstance, get from him while he puts on this confusion, grating so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with some crafty madness keeps aloof, and we bring him to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman,
But with much forcing of disposition.
niggard of question, but of his reply most free.
Did you essay him to any pastime?
Madam, so fell out, that certain players we o'erwrought on the way, of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. There are about the court, and as I think have already ordered this knight to play before him.
'Tis most true, and he did beseech me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge, and drive his purpose on to these delights.
We will, my lord.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us two. For we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he may hear, as 'twere by accident, affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful espials, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge, and gather by him, as he is behaved, if be the affliction of his love, or no, that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. For your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues bring him to his wonted way again? To both your honor.
Madam, I wish it may.
Walk you here, Ophelia. Gracious so please ye, we will bestow ourselves. Here, read upon this book. The show of such an exercise may color your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this. 'Tis too often proved that with devotion's visage and pious action we do surge o'er the devil himself.
Ah, 'tis true. How smart a lash that speech doth give my conscience. The harlot's cheek, beautied with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted word. O heavy burden!
I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
To be, or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more. By sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that the flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, to sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time? The oppressor's wrong, the poor man's contumely, the law's delay, the pains of despised love, the insolence of office, or the spurns at the patient merit of the unworthy, when he himself might his creators make with a fair body. Who would these fardels bear? The grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread is something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pith and moment with disregard their currents turn away and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia. Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
How does your honor this many a day?
Humbly I thank thee. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have long and longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, I never gave you aught.
My honored lord, I know right well you did. And with them, words of such sweet breath composed as made the things more rich than perfume left. Take these again. For to the noble mind, rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There.
Are you honest?
My lord,
Are you fair?
what means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better discourse than your honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than can the force of honesty translate beauty into his likeness. This was some time a paradox, but now the time gives it the proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me, for we cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why shouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, and yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious. More offenses at my beck than I have thought to put them in imagination, to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are errant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool in no way but in own house. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go, farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool, for wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly too. Farewell.
Oh, heavenly powers restore him.
I have heard your prattlings too well enough. God has given you one pace, and you make for yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp and nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to all no more on it, and hath made me mad. I say we shall have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To nunnery, go.
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown. The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of our fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. Have I, of ladies most deject and wretched, but sunk to the honey of his music vows. Now see, that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth, blasted with ecstasy? Oh, woe is me to have seen what I have seen. See what I see.
Love? His affections do not that way tend. Nor when he spoke, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul, o'er which his melancholy sits unbrewed, and I do doubt the hatch in the disclose will be some danger, which to prevent I have in quick determination thus set down. He shall with speed to England, for the demand of our neglected tribute. Haply the seas and countries, different with variable objects, shall expel this something settled matter from his heart. What think you on?
Shall do well. But yet, I do believe the origin and commencement of this grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. My lord, do as you please. But should you hold it fit after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his griefs. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placed, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounce it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it as many of your players do, I had as lived a town crier spoke my lines. Pray you, avoid it. Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this particular observance, that you overstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the very purpose of play, whose end both at the first and now was and is, to hold as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, and scorn her image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. And let those that play are clowns speak no more than is set down for them, for there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, even though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered.
I hope we've reformed that and given you this, sir.
Go, make you ready. How now, my lord? Will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, and that present.
Bid the players make haste. Will you two help to hasten them? What oh, Horatio!
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as e'er my conversation coped withal.
My dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flattered. For what advancement may I hope from thee? That no revenue hast, but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee. Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue like absurd pomp and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee where thrift may follow fawning. Dost thou hear? Since my good soul was mistress of my choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers none. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards hath taken with equal thanks. And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that there not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound would stop she pleased. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. I in my heart of heart as I do thee. Something too much of this. There's a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. If his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen. All my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's smithy. Give him needful note, for mine eye will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join, the censure of his seeming.
Well, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing, and escape detecting, I will pay the theft.
They're coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, in faith, of the chameleon's dish. I eat the air, promise crowned. You cannot feed capon so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine either. Now, my lord, you played once in the university, you say?
That I did, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
And what did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him they killed so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my good Hamlet, sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Oh, do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap? I mean my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Did you think I meant country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
There's a fair thought to lie between a maid's legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
You are merry, my lord.
Who, I?
Aye, my lord.
Oh God, your only good maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long. Nay, then let the devil wear black. I'll have a suit of sables. Oh heaven, died 2 months ago, and not forgotten yet. Nay, then there's hope that a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year.
the arguments of the play?
We shall know by these fellows. Players cannot keep counsel, they'll tell all.
For this and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
Is the prologue or a posy of a reign?
It is brief, my lord.
Has woman's love.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round, Neptune's salt wash and Tellus' orbit ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen around this world have times 12's 30s been, since love did our hearts and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again countor ere love be done. But woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state that I distrust you. Yet, though I distrust, discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For women's love and fear holds quantity in neither aught or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is size, my fear is so.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do. But thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind for husband shalt thou.
Confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband, let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who kill the first.
Wormwood. Wormwood.
The instances which second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed.
I do believe you think now what you speak, but what we do determine oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, a violent birth, but short validity, which now, like fruit unripe, streaks on the tree, fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending, doth the purpose lose. Where joy most revels, grief doth most lament. Yet grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange that even our love should with our fortunes change. But 'tis a question left us yet to prove, whether love lead fortune, or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favorite flies. The poor advance makes friends of enemies. And hitherto doth love unfortune tend. Who knows no need shall never want a friend, but who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thought when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to give me food, nor heaven light, sport and repose lock from me day and night. Each opposite, which blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have most, and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
If she should break it now.
Sweet, leave me a while. I grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never mischance come between us twice.
Madam, how like you this play?
Lady protests too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offense in the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Very how? Tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago's the duke's name, his wife's Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work, but what of that? Your Majesty and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Let the gall jade wince, our withers are unwrung. This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are a good chorus, my lord.
Begin, murderer. Poxley thy damnable faces and begin. Come, the croaky raven doth bellow for revenge.
Thoughts black, hands out, drugs fit, and time agreeing. Confederate season of no creature see. Thy mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecat's ban, thrice blasted, thrice infected. Thy natural magic and dire property, unwholesome life, usurp immediately.
He poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. You shall see anon how the murder gains the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king rises.
What, frighted with false fire?
How fares my lord?
Give over the play. Get me some light.
Light!
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 Why let the struck and deer go weep, the heart on galled play? For some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away. Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Disperceive.
I did, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well notice.
Ha! Oh, come, some music! Come, the recorders! For if the king like not the comedy, then belike he likes it not pretty. Come, some music!
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sorry, a whole history.
The king
Aye, sir, what of him?
is in his chamber, marvelous distempered.
With drink, sir?
No, my lord, rather with choler.
Your wisdom would show itself far more richer to signify this to his doctor. For were I to put him to his purgation, would plunge him into far more choler.
Good my lord, start not so wildly from my affair, and put your discourse into some frame of mind.
I am tame, sir. Pronounce.
The queen, your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, has sent me to you.
Oh, you are welcome.
Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If you shall make me a wholesome answer, and I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon, and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot.
What, my lord?
Make you a wholesome answer. My wit's diseased. But, sir, what answers you can command, I shall answer. Or, my mother, you say. So, therefore, no more to the matter. My mother.
Then thus she says, your behavior hath stroke her into amazement and admiration.
Oh, wonderful son that can so astonish a mother. But tell me, is there no sequel at the heels of this mother's admiration?
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We will go see her, were she 10 times our mother. Have you any further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
As I do still, by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is your cause of distemper? You do freely bar the doors of your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty. Oh, the recorder! Come now, to draw with you. Why would you draw me into a toil as if you were to catch the scent of me?
Oh, my lord, if my duty is too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not well understand that. Will you play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
My lord, I know no touch of it.
Why, how now? What a thing you make of me. You would seem to play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music and excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it. What, do you think I'm easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you may fret me, yet you cannot play me. Oh, God bless you, sir.
The queen would speak with you, and presently.
You see that cloud there? It's almost in shape like a camel.
By the mass, it is like a camel indeed.
Or like a weasel.
Very like a weasel.
Methinks it is like a whale. Then will I come to my mother by and by, and fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. It is now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes forth contagion to this world. Oh, now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look upon. Soft now, to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I shall speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. And how in my words somever she be shent, to give them seals, never my soul consent.
I like him not, nor sits it well with us to let his madness range. Therefore prepare you. I your commission will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so dangerous as doth hourly grow out of his brows.
Most holy and religious fear it is, to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
The single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind to keep itself from annoyance. But much more that spirit, upon whose spirit depends and rests the lives of many. The cease of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf draws what's near it with it. It is a massy wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are mortised and adjoined, which, when it falls, each annexment, petty consequence attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage. For we will fetters put about this fear, which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
My lord is going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to. Hear the process. And, as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis fitting that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should overhear the speech advantage. Fare you well, my lord. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord. Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal, eldest curse upon it. A brother's murder. Pray, can I not? Though inclination be as sharp as will, My stronger guilt defeats my strong intent. And like a man, to double business bound, I stand in pause where I shall first begin, and both neglect. What if this hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold power, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned, being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer may serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder, that cannot be, since still I am possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offense? In the corrupted currents of this world, offense's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled, even to the teeth and forehead of our faults, to give in evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can. What can it not? Yet what can it when one cannot repent? O wretched state! O bosom black as death! O limed soul, that struggling to be free art more engaged! Help, angels, make essay. Thou, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying, and I'll do it. So he goes to heaven. And so am I revenged? That would be scanned.
Villain kills my father. For that I, his foul son, do the same villain send to heaven. Oh, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with his crimes brought blown as fresh as May. And how his audit stands, who knows save heaven? Yet in our course and circumstances thought 'tis heavy with. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid end. When he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming and swearing about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, then trip him. His heels may kick at heaven, and his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
My words fly up. My thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
Okay, intermission. Thank you. There are snacks back that way and over there, drinks over there, bathrooms down the hall. 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
I think taking off the spots, there's not much of a difference. The spot or something. No, that's what I need. That's right there. This spot. This spot. Spot. Okay, well, I'm not telling them. We've been lucky that
That because happened during the scene.
right. I've had it happen twice when it was out, which is weird. What I think happened is I flipped them both on and it overblown it.
That's fine.
It was a surge of power. Yeah. I'm gonna turn one on then the other. Turn the spot on afterwards. And then I was kind of sad with the lights. How did it work?
I haven't ever seen it. I only seen it one time.
There's been two other times they happened. One time it happened right before the show started, and one time it happened. But it was only for like 5 seconds.
This is so amazing. It's really good. Happy birthday. Well, it doesn't feel like it's right. You know what?
You should go get some tissues. You can just have them. I'm very happy. Thank you. Yeah, so we should be able to add back those lights. Do it now and see if we blow a breaker. All right.
Can I I want to get lights off in a second to grab people's attention.
You're really doing it that quickly?
Yeah, we're really
All right, I'm gonna flicker the lights to see. Okay, well you need to get your buddy to do it. Here, let me get over there. Okay.
How's it going?
3 circuit breaker failures so
Oh,
far.
gosh.
Luckily they've been...
Good job. I didn't even realize that didn't happen.
Yeah, I've been trying to Fix it so it doesn't.
Tom, it seems to be working. Seems to be working. Yeah.
Oh, good for you. I didn't, but I said.
Hey, Tom, which circuit's it?
I'm fine, thanks.
All right, please take your seats. And if you don't want to take your seats, be quiet anyway. All right, we're gonna go and find out what happens to Hamlet, Ophelia, and Polonius, and all the people we've come to love so well. And I wasn't only doing this for noise, but this performance, like them all, cost quite a bit of money in spite of all the help we've had. So if you have a little bit of money to share with us as a donation, it would be greatly appreciated after the play. Thank you.
You will come straight. Look you lay hope to him. And tell him that his pranks have been too broad to bear with, that you have screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me in here. Pray you, be round with him.
Hurry not, with
Mother!
I hear him coming.
Mother!
Now, Mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, come. You answer with an idle tongue?
Well, go, go. You question with an idle tongue.
How now, Hamlet?
Well, what's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would you were not so, you are my mother.
And I'll set those to you that can speak.
Hey, come, come, sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass so we may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wouldst not murder me. Help! Help!
Help! Help! Help!
How now? A rat! Dead for a ducat! Dead!
Oh! Oh! Oh me! What hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
A rash and bloody deed is this.
A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Kill a king.
Hi, lady, 'twas my word. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Thou findest to be too busy as some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down. And let me wring your heart, for so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom am not braze it so to make it proof and bulwark against sense.
What I done? That thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me.
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and makes a blister there. Makes marriage vows as false as dicers' oaths. Oh, such a deed, as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul. A sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow, yea, this solidity and compound mass with tristful visage as to the doom is thought sick at the act.
Ay me, what act? It roars so loud and thunders in the index.
Look here, upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what grace was seated on his brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten or to command a station. The herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. Combination and a form indeed, where every god that seemed to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed air blasting his wholesome breath. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame, it's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? What devil was it that thus hath cozened you and hoodman blind? Oh shame, where is thy blush? Oh rebellious hell, if thou canst mutiny in a matron's bones, to flaming youth as virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardor gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn as reason panders will.
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Turnest mine eyes into my very soul and there I see such black and grained spots. Will not be affected?
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an ensteamed bed, stewed in corruption, hunting and making love o'er the nasty sty.
Speak me no more. These words like daggers enter in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer, and a villain, a slave that is not the 20th part the tithe of your president, Lord. A vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule. That from the shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket. A king of shreds and patches. Save me. Cover me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would you, gracious figure? Do you not come your tardy son to chide that lapse in time and passion? Let's go by the important acting of your dread command. Oh, say.
Do not forget. This visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
As thou it's with you. You can bend your eye on facing sea, and with their corporal air do make discourse. Or if your eyes, your spirits wildly beat. The seeking soldiers in the long with your bedded hair like life and excrement start up and stand on end. Oh, gentle son, on the deep and pain of thy distemper sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do you look?
On him, on him! Look you how pale he glares, his form and cause conjoined, preaching the stones would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have want to do will want true color, tears perchance for blood. Do you see nothing there?
No, nothing. All that is, I see.
Nor nothing here?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there, how it steals away at the portal. My father's habit as he lived. Look you now, even where he goes.
It's the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy? My pulse is yours that temperately keep time and makes as healthful music. Put me to the test, and I the matter will reword which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not a flattering unction on your soul, that not your trespass but my madness speaks. It will skin and fill the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption minding all within infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost of the weeds to make them rank. Forgive me this, my virtue. For in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue itself must of vice pardon beg, yea, curb and woe for leave to do him good. Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night, mother. But go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence. And when thou art desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For the same Lord I do repent, that heaven hath pleased it so, to punish me with this and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. Mother, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins and worse remains behind.
What shall I do?
Not this, by no means, that I bid you do. Let the blunt king tempt you again to bed. Pinch wanton on your cheeks, call you his mouse, or let him for a pair of reaching kisses or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, to make you ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but made in craft.
Be thou assured. Words be breath, and breath be made of life. I have no life to breathe, what thou hast said to me.
I must for England, you know that.
I forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbor room. So, mother, good night. Indeed, this counselor is now most still, most silent, and most grave, who was in life a foolish prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother.
There's matter in these sighs, these profound heaves. You must translate. 'Tis fit we understand them.
My lord. What have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? How does Hamlet?
He's mad as wind and seas when both contend which is the might. In his lawless fit, behind the arras hearing something stir, he whips his rapier out and cries, a rat, and in his brainish apprehension kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all. To you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained and out of hand this mad young man. But so much was our love. We would not understand what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, lets it feed eat on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To drag away the body he hath killed, or whom his very madness, like some ore among a mineral of metal face, shows itself pure. He weeps for what he loves.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill, both countenance and excuse. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Safely stowed.
Hamlet! Oh, Hamlet!
What noise? Who calls on Hamlet? Oh, here they come.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust, where to 'tis kin.
Tell us where 'tis, that we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Oh, do not believe it.
Believe what, my lord?
And I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge. What replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you, me, for a sponge, my lord.
Aye, sir. One that soaks up the king's countenances, his rewards, his authorities. But such officers is the king's best service in the end. He keeps him in the corner of his jaw, like an ape. First mouth to be last swallowed. When he needs what he has gleaned from you, then it is but squeezing you. And sponge you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am pleased. A neighbor speaks sleeps in a foolish ear.
My lord, you must tell us where the body is. Come with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing.
A thing, my lord.
Of nothing. Bring me to him. Hide fox and all after!
I have sent to seek him, and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose? Yet must not we put the strong law on him. He's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment but their eyes. And where 'tis so, the offender's scourge is measured, but never the offense. To bear all smooth and even, this sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases desperate grown by desperate appliance are relieved, or not at all. How now? What hath befallen?
Where the dead body is, my lord, we cannot get from him.
But where is he?
Without, my lord, guard it to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Oh, Guildenstern, bring in my lord.
Now, Hamlet. Where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper?
Oh, not
Where?
where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of worms are even at him now. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar are but variable service. 2 dishes, but to 1 table, that's the end.
What dost thou mean by this?
Oh, nothing, but to show you how the king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But if you find him not at the end of the month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Go. Seek him there.
He will stay till you come.
Hamlet, this deed of thine, for thine especial safety, which we do tender, as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee forth with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready, and the wind it help, the associates tend, and everything it bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it, if thou knewest our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees them. But come, for England. Farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother? Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, therefore, my mother. But come, for England.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight. Away, for everything is set and done that else leans on the affair. Pray, make you haste.
Where's this?
And England, if my love thou hold'st it aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free awe pays homage to us, thou mayest not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports it full, by letters conjuring to that effect, the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England, for like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me. Till I know 'tis done, whate'er my haps, my joys were ne'er begun.
I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will need to be pitied.
She have.
She speaks much of her father. Says she hears there's tricks of the world, and Hamlet beats her heart. Spurns enviously at straws, says things in doubt that yield but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move her hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch it up, fit to their own thoughts, which, as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, would make one think there's thought behind the words, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
For good she were spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Let her come in. My sick soul, since true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great event. So full of artless jealousy, guilt, spills itself in fearing to be spilt.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
Oh, now, Ophelia.
How shall your true love know? From another one, by his cockle hat and stock, and his sandal shoes.
Sweet lady,
Say
what imports this song?
Nay, pray you mark.
He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a
Nay,
stone.
but Ophelia, pray you mark.
White his shroud is the mountain snow.
Alas,
Lord,
look here, my lord.
Which be wept to the grave did not go, where true love shores.
How do ye, pretty lady?
Well, God ill you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but we know not what we may be.
God be at your table.
conceit upon her father.
Pray you! Let's have no words of this! But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, early in the morn betime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes, and doffed the chamber door. Let in a maid, that outer maid never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, law, without an oath I'll make an end on't. By Jis and by St. Charity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it if they come to it. By cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. So would I have done by yonder sun, and thou hadst not come to my bed.
How long hath she been thus?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient. But I cannot choose but weep to think they should lay him in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it. And so, I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray you. Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalia. First her father slain, next your son gone, and he, most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick and unwholesome, in their thoughts and whispers for good Polonius' death, and we have done but greenly in hugger-mugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia, divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or more beasts. Last, and as much containing as all these, her brother is in secret come from France, keeps on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death. Oh, my dear Gertrude, this, like to a murdering peace, in many places gives me superfluous death. Where are my Switzers? Let them guard the door!
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, o'erpeering of his list, eats not the flats with more impiteous haste than young Laertes in a riotous head o'erbears your officers. The rabble call him lord, and as the world were now but to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, they cry, choose we, Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues, applaud it to the clouds. Laertes shall be king. Laertes king.
Where is the king, sirs? Stand you all out.
Well, come in, come in.
I think to keep the door.
We will. We will.
Oh, thou vile king! Give me my father!
Help me! But Laertes!
Thou drop of blood that comes, proclaims me bastard! Cries cuckle to my father, Prince, the harlot, even here between the chaste unsmirched brows of my true mother!
What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Do not fear our person, Gertrude. There's such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what he would, acts little of his will. Let him go, Gertrude. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him!
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with! To hell allegiance! Vows to the blackest devil! Conscience and grace to the profoundest pit! I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give in negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
Who shall stay you?
My will, not all the world.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, is writ in your revenge that swoopstick you will take both friend and foe, winner and loser.
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
To his good friends, thus wide I'll open my arms, and like the kind, life-rendering pelican, repass them with my blood.
Why, now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman. That I am guiltless in your father's death, and am most sensibly in grief for it. It shall, as level to your judgment pierce as day doth to your eye. Let her come in.
Oh, heat dry up my brains. Tears 7 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. By heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight till our scale turns to beam. Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Heaven, is it possible a young maid's wit should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine in love, and words is fine, it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves.
They bore him barefaced on the bier. Hey nonny, nonny, hey nonny. And on his grave rained many a tear. Fare you well, my dove.
Hadst thou thy wits and didst persuade wench, it could not move thus.
You must sing down a down, and you call him a downer. Oh, how the wheel becomes it. It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
This nothing's more than matter.
Here's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And here's pansies. That's for thoughts.
The documents in madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted.
Here is fennel for you and columbines. Here's rue for you, and here's some for me. We may call it herbs grace to Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. Here's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered. All. When my father died, they say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Thoughts, passion, affliction, hell itself, she turns to favor and to prettiness.
And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He never will come again. His beard was as white as snow. All flaxen was his poll. He is gone, and we cast away moan. Grant mercy on his soul.
And of all Christian souls, I pray God. God by ye.
What do you say that, ye gods?
Laertes, I must commune with your grief, or you deny me right. Go but apart. Make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they will hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death is obscure burial. No trophy sought nor hatchment or his bones. No noble right nor formal ostentation cry to be heard, as 'twere from heaven to earth. That I must call in question.
So let it be. And where the offense is, let the great axe fall.
What are they that would speak with me?
Sailors, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in. I know not from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
He shall, sir, and it please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It comes from the ambassadors that were bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am led to know it is.
Horatio. Ere we were 3 days old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appearance gave chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor. In the grapple, I boarded their ship. On the instant, they got clear, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, yet they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. This fellow has letters to the king. Give him leave to go there. Line.
Let the king have a letter.
Let the king have the letters I have sent for, and repair thou to me with as much haste as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak into thy ear which will make thee dumb. Yet, are they too light for the bore of the thing? Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them, I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He who thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give thee way for these your letters, and do it the speedier that you may send me to him who sent them.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he, who hath your noble father slain, pursued my life.
So have I a noble father lost. A sister driven into desperate terms, who was, if praises may go back again, stood challenge on mount of all age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull, that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. Will you be ruled by me?
Aye, my lord. If so you're not, or rule me to a peace.
To thine own peace. Hamlet may now return, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it. I'll work him to an exploit, now ripe in my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall, and for his death no wind of blame shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice and call it accident. Some 2 months hence, here was a gentleman of Normandy, and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defense, and for your rapier most especially, that he cried out, "'Twould be a sight indeed if one could match you, sir." This report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy that he could nothing do but wish and beg your sudden coming o'er to play with him. Now, out of this.
What out of this, my lord?
Laertes, did you love your father?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time. And as I see in passages of proof, time qualifies the spark and fire of it. Hamlet comes home. What would you do to prove yourself your father's son in deed, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church!
Indeed. No place should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returns shall know you are come home. We'll put on those who set a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you. Bring you in fine together. He, being remiss, most generous, and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils, so that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice requite him for your father.
I will do it. And for the purpose, I'll anoint my sword. I bought an ancient amount to make so mortal, I but dipped a knife in it where it draws blood. No cataplasm so rare, collected from all the simples that have virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death that is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think on this. Weigh what convenience, both of time and means, may fit us to our shape. If this should fail, and that our drift show through our bad performance, were better not essayed. Therefore, this project should have a back, or second, which might hold if this should blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wagerer on your heads. I have it. When in your motion you are hot and dry, and that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he by chance escape your venom stock, our purpose may hold. How, sweet queen?
When woe doth tread upon another's heels, so fast they follow. Sisters drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Oh, where?
There's a willow. Grows aslant a brook that shows its hoar leaves in the glassy stream. There, with fantastic garlands did she come. Like grove flowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but old maids do dead men's fingers call. There, on the pendant boughs, her coronet weeds clambering to hang. The envious sliver broke, and down the weedy trophies, and herself fell in the weeping brook. And her clothes spread wide, and mermaid-like a while they bore her up. Which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, as one incapable of her own distress, or of a creature native and endued into the element. Long it could not so that her throat, heavy with her drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious spy to muddy death.
Alas then, is she drowned?
Drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia. And therefore I put in my ear. Again, it is our trick nature that comes up home. But shame on it with all. When these are gone, the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly drowns it.
Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again. Therefore let's follow.
She is. Therefore, make her grave straight. The crowner hath sat on her, and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be? Unless she drowned herself in her own defense.
Why, 'tis found so.
It must be se offendendo. It cannot be else. For here lies the point. If I drown myself wittingly, it argues an act. An act hath 3 branches. It is an act, to do, and to perform. Ogle, she drowned herself wittingly.
Nay, but hear me, goodman Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. Now, the man go to this water and drown himself. It is will-he-nil-he. He goes. Mark you that. But the water come to him and drown him. He drowns not himself. Ogle, he that is not guilty of his own death shortens not his own life.
But is it law?
Aye, Mary, is. Prana's quest law.
Will you have the truth on? If she were not a gentlewoman, she would not have been buried in Christian burial.
Why, there thou sayest. The more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade. There's no ancient gentlemen but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers. They hold up Adam's profession.
Was he a gentleman?
Why, he was the first that ever bore arms.
He had none.
What? Art thou a heathen? How dost thou understand the scriptures? The scriptures say Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Go to!
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
The gallows maker. For that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thy wit well in good faith. Gallows does well. Yet, how does it well? Does well to those that do ill. Now thou dost ill to say that it is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows shall do well to thee. To it again, come.
Who built stronger than the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
Aye, tell me that and unyoke.
Now I'll tell thee.
To it.
Mass, I cannot tell.
Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass will not mend its pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say, a grave maker, for the houses that he builds last till doomsday. Go, get thee to Johann and fetch me a stoop of liquor. In youth, when I did love, me thought it was very sweet.
Has this no fellow any feeling at his business that he sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
'Tis e'en so, the hand of little employment hath the daintier sense. That skull had a tongue in it could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground, as if it were Cain's jawbone, the one that did the first murder. Might be the pate of a politician which has asked for offices. Could it not?
Might, my lord, yeah.
Or of a courtier which could say, "How dost thou, good lord? Good morrow, sweet lord." It could be my lord such a one that said that might praise my lord such a one's horse when you meant to beg of it. Might it not?
Aye, my good lord.
Why, 'tis e'en so. And now my lady worms, chapless, and knocked about the mazer with a sexton's spade.
Here's fine revolution if we had the trick to see it. These bones cost no more the breeding, but to play at loggets with them. I ache to think of it. There's another. Why might not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quits now? His quillets. His cases, his tenures, his tricks. Why does he suffer now, this rude knave, to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel? And will not remind him of his action in batteries. I will speak with this fellow. Whose grave's this, sir?
Mine, sir. Oh, a picture play for to be made for such a guest as me.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
You lie out on it, sir, and therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in it, and yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in it. To be in it and say 'tis thine, 'tis for the dead, not for the quick. Therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir. 'Twill away again from me to you.
How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to it that same day that our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
I marry, how long was that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born, he that was mad and sent into England.
Now, Mary, why was he sent into England?
Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there, or if he do not, it's no great matter there.
Why?
It will not be seen in him. There the men are as mad as he.
I marry, why was he sent into England?
Why, because he was mad.
How came he mad?
Very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith, even upon losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here in Denmark. I've been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will a man lie in the earth ere he rot?
He be not rotting before he die, as we have many a pocky corpses nowadays that will scarce hold the laying in. He will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will hold out water a great while. And your water, sir, is a sore decay of your horse and dead body. Here's the skull now. This skull has lain in the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A horse and mad fellow's it was. Whose do you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
Pestilence on him for a mad rogue. He poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
In that.
Let me see. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A man of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. How bored my imagination is at it. The gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now? Your songs, your gambols, the flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? No now to mock your own jeering. Quite chop-folding. Now, get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her that her paint an inch thick. To this favor she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What is, my lord?
Do you think Alexander looked at this fashion in the earth?
E'en so, my lord.
And smelt so.
E'en so.
To what base uses we may return, Horatio? Why, may not the imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find us stopping a bunghole?
'Twere to consider too curiously to consider so.
No faith, not a jot. But to follow him thither with modesty enough, and with likelihood to lead it, as thus. Alexander died. Alexander was buried. Alexander returneth to dust. And dust is earth. Of earth we make loam. And why not of that loam whereto he was converted might they stop a beer barrel? Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a wall to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe might patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But come aside. Here come the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is it they follow with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they followed did with desperate hand fordo its own life. Couch we well and mark.
What ceremony else?
That's Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark.
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranties her death was doubtful. And but that great commandor sways the order. She should in ground unsanctified have lodged to the last trumpet. For charitable prayers, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here, she has allowed her virgin rites, her maiden instruments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem, and such rest to her as to peace-parted soul.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violet spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What, fair Ophelia?
Sweets to the sweet. Farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. But thy bride bed thus to have decked, sweet maid, not to have strewed thy grave.
Oh, terrible woe. Fall 10 times treble on that cursed head whose most ingenious sense deprives thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in mine arms. Now pile your dust upon the quick and the dead, till on this flat mountain you have made, or toppled Pelion on the sky shed of blue Olympus.
What is he whose griefs bear such an emphasis? Whose phrase of sorrow conjure the wandering stars and make them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul!
Thou praise not well, I prithee take thy fingers from my throat. Sir, though I am not splenitive and rash, yet have I in me something dangerous. Let's let thy wiseness fear. Lay thy hand!
Hamlet!
Nay, come again. I will fight with him upon the steam until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum.
Well, he is mad.
What wilt thou do for her?
God forbear him.
Come, show me what thou do. Wilt fight? Wilt weep? Wilt tear thyself? I'll do it. Dost thou come here to face me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her then. So will I. And if thou pray to the mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground sins against paint against the burning sun, make Ossa like a wart. Nay, and thou mouth all rant as well as thou.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him. Anon, as patient as the female dove, when that her golden couplet are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping.
To you, sir. What is the reason you use me thus? I loved you ever, but it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. Cat will mew and dog will have his day.
I pray you, good Horatio, wait upon him. Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then, in patience our proceeding be.
So much for this, sir. Now let me see, to the other. You remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord?
Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting which would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies and the bilboes rashly. And praise be rashness for it. Let us know, sometimes our indiscretion serves us well when our dear plots do fall. That should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarfed about me. In the dark groped I to find them out. Had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine withdrew to my own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission. For I found Horatio, oh royal knavery, an exact command larded with several sorts of reason, importing Denmark's health and England's too, with such bugs and goblins on my life, that upon the supervised, no leisure baited, no, not to stay the grinding of the axe, my head should be struck off.
It's possible.
Here's the commission. Read it at more leisure, but wilt thou hear I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus be netted round with villains, before I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. They sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it as our status to a baseness to write fair, and labored much to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did be yeoman's service. Wilt thou hear the matter of what I wrote?
Aye, my good lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king, that on the view and know of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed.
So, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern go to it?
What man? They did make love to this employment. They're not near my conscience. Their debate doth by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the past and fell insensate points of mighty opposites.
It must be shortly known to him from England. What is the issue of the business there?
It will be short. The interim's mine, and a man's life no more than to say one. But I'm very sorry, good Horatio, that the Laertes have forgotten myself. For by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favors. But sure, the bravery whose grief did put me into a towering passion. Does it not, thinkest thee, stand me now, upon perfect conscience, upon he that hath killed my king, and whored my mother, popped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle for my proper life, and with such cozenage? It's not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm, and it's not to be damned to let this canker of our nature to come in further evil.
Peace! Who comes here?
Your lordship is right. Welcome back,
I humbly thank thee. Dost thou know this waterfly?
Nay, good my lord.
Thy state is the more gracious. 'Tis a vice to know him. He has much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts. He shall have a crib at the king's mess.
Sweet lord, if your friendship were at leisure, I might impart from you a thing from his majesty.
I will receive it with all disposition of spirit. I pray thee, put thy bonnet to its right use. 'Tis for the head.
Thank you.
Nay, it is exceedingly cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
Nay, it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
I see, my lord, it is very sultry, as twere I cannot tell you how. But, my lord, his king bade me, Batsy bade me signify you that he hath laid a great wager on your head. So this is the matter.
I beseech you, remember.
Nay, in good faith, for mine is in good faith. Know you what excellent variety of the weapon?
What's his weapon?
Rapier and dagger.
No, that's two of his weapons, but well.
The Sir King hath waged that in a dozen passes between you and he shall not exceed you 3 hits. There's one for mine, which would come into immediate trial, if your lordship would vouchsafe his answer.
And how if I answer no?
I mean, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall if it pleases Majesty. 'Tis a breathing time of day with me. But let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I'll win nothing more but my shame and the odd hits.
Shall I read it over again, though?
Oh, to this fashion, with all of that is in your nature.
As commended my disease with my heart.
Yours.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I did not think so. Since you went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. But you would not think to hear how I'll hear about my heart.
Nay, good my lord.
It is but foolery, or perhaps some sort of gains giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey. I will forestall their repair hither, and tell them that you are not fit.
Not to wait. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it is not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. No man has aught of what he leaves, what is to leave betimes. Let be.
Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me.
Sir, give me your pardon. I've done you wrong. But pardon you are a gentleman. This audience knows, and you must needs have heard, how punished I am with sore distraction. What I have done that might your nature, honor, and exception roughly wake, here proclaim was madness. Sir, in this audience, let my proclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your generous thoughts, that I have shot mine arrow o'er the house, and hurt my brother.
I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in my terms of honor I stand aloof, and will no reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honor I have a voice, and precedent of peace to keep my name ungorged. But till that time I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it.
I do embrace it freely, and will his brothers wager frankly play? Come, the foils.
Come, one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. Indeed, in my ignorance, your skill shall like a star in darkest night stick fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, by this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric.
This is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all the length.
Set me the stoops of wine upon this table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, the king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup an union shall he throw, richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups, and let the kettle to the trumpet speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer without, the cannon to the heavens, the heaven to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin. And you, the judge, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come on, sir.
What? No! Judgment!
It, a very powerful case.
Well, again.
Stay! Give me drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set by a while. Come, another hit. What say you?
Touch. I do confess.
Our son shall win.
Be fat and stand his breath. Here, the napkin. Rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Gertrude! Do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
Come, let me wipe your face.
I dare not drink yet. By and by.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
I do not think it.
And yet, it is almost against my conscience.
Come, for the third, Laertes. I pray you pass with your best violence. I'm afeard you make a wanton of me.
Say you so? Come on.
Nothing, neither way.
Have at you now!
No!
Part them! They are incensed.
They come again!
Look to the queen! There! Oh!
They bleed on both sides. How is my lord?
How is Laertes?
As a woodcock to mine springe, Osric. I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them bleed.
To drink!
of treachery, seek it out! Oh, it is here, Hamlet! Oh, Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. Indeed, there is not half an hour left of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbathed and envenomed. My mother's poison. I can no more. King. The king's to blame.
Point and venom too. And venom to thy work!
Treachery! Oh, yet defend me, friends! I am but hurt.
Here, thou incestuous murderer, damn the Dane! Drink off this potion. Is thy unit here? Follow my mother.
He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Say forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me. Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee.
I'm dead, Horatio.
Wretched queen, adieu.
You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act. Had I but time for this fellow Sergeant Death is most strict in his arrest. Oh, I could tell you. But let be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I'm more an antique Roman than a Dane. There's yet some liquor left.
Ultimate, give me the cup. Let go by him and I'll have it.
No!
Oh, good Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. What warlike noise is this?
Young Fortinblas, with conquest come from Poland, the ambassador of England gives this warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He hath my dying voice. So tell him the currents more or less which are solicited. The rest is silence.
Now crack, noble heart. Good night, sweet prince. The flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Why does the drum come hither?
Where's the sight?
What would you seek? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
His quarry cries, "On, Hammock!" O proud death, what feast is stored in thine eternal cell, that thou,
So many princes at his shoot, so bloodily hath struck.
The sight is dismal. And our affairs from England come too late. Here's our census that should give us hearing to tell him that his commandment is fulfilled. If Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth had it the ability of life to thank you. He never gave commandment for the death. But since, so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack Wars and you from England are here arrived. Give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to view. And let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall you hear carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, judgment drawn by force, cunning, and cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook, fallen on the inventors' heads. All this can I truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow, I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which odds acclaim, my vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall have always cause to speak. From his mouth, whose voice will draw on more. But come, let this same be presently performed, even whilst men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage. For he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally. And for his passage, the soldier's music and the rights of war speak loudly for him. Go, bid the soldiers shoot.
actors who put so much time into this. It's been wonderful working with them as they made the characters their own and just took it over, and we saw the fruits tonight. And especially Aaron, you know, about a month ago he said, you know what? Hamlet, he just talks and talks and talks and talks. But he did it, he got all his lines down, and he was fabulous. Lots of things I needed taken care of and I didn't know what to do. Jenny and Maria Pape and backstage. Where are you, Jenny and Maria? Right? And then also Naomi Klimaszewska, are you around? Naomi? These spectacular sets, and we're all Naomi's imagining, and then she dragged her brother Kelly into it, who spent hours and hours doing all the wonderful backdrops here. And then, of course, I want to thank my wife, Lisa. So this was great. Anybody else?
Lights and sound.
Yeah. That's the whole problem. Sound, sounds and that, and lights, and Tom Gibson on sounds and video. And Olivia Cobb with the makeup. Last of all, you, the audience, thank you for staying with us all this time, for your generous hearts, and particularly I want to thank Aaron Thibodeau's family from coming from Northern California, Southern California, one last thing. One more. I mentioned that kind of got myself thinking about Hamlet along these lines because of Soren Filipski. About 14 years ago, his senior thesis was on Hamlet. He argued with me about it. He wrote a book about it and let me read it. And he actually came down. Soren and his wife came down, so I want to thank them for coming down from Bakersfield. So.
There's this little thing about directors and how important they are. So this really was one of the best director I've ever had. I think all of us have ever had. And thank you so much for directing this play. We loved it.
Thank you.
I'm not absolutely sure. Let me go see if I can turn the light on back there. That would help. I don't want to go by myself.
I hear my name.
Hey, Luke. Let's go, so. Oh, hey, it's Katie.
Okay, alright, I'll tell him.
Holy cow! That is awesome! Pat, you make an awesome evil villain.
Yes, I know.
It's the goatee!
I know,
It's
that's
too
right.
evil.
That's right. Oh boy. Yes. That's what she's been telling me all the time. Yeah, Mega Man's a good evil. That's the idea.
I think it is the goatee, right?
Oh, hey, I really like it. Good job. Oh, you did great. That was awesome. I know, that was awesome.
Like, go home.